Good morning, good afternoon, traders. Welcome to the 44 Trading Room. How are you today? I hope everyone had a beautiful weekend and ready for a very busy one, actually, because we are just, first of all, 1 week before the US presidential election, as you can, as you know, actually. And the other thing is not just the election, which is making the things spicy here, but even the earnings season. Why do I say that? Because this is going to be the biggest week for the earnings season, guys, so far. A reason for that, here are coming the big technological stocks earnings throughout the week, starting tomorrow with Google, after that Meta, and so on. I'm just going to see or check the exact agenda for them, actually. Just a second here. Hi, Romika. Good morning to you. Or actually, good afternoon in the UK. Hi, Roger. Good morning. Okay, in the meantime, I'm just checking the earnings calendar. So traders, as I've told you, not only the election, but here comes Google tomorrow, together with McDonald's, by the way, on the 30th October. Oh, and this is the last trading week of the month as well. So actually really, really busy. On the Wednesday, we will get, after the market close, Microsoft and Meta. Before the market open, Caterpillar, LLY, ABBV, UBS as well. Thursday comes Apple and Amazon after the market close. And Friday before market open, rather XOM, I mean oil stocks, I see here energy stocks mostly. But indeed, as I've told you, most of the biggest technological stocks are going to be released earnings this week. Plus, not only the earnings, not only the election is coming in a bit more than 1 week, but even the economic calendar is full. Not for today, because today there is nothing actually, but from tomorrow on, it's completely full. Like tomorrow, we will get the consumer confidence, George job openings, Wednesday, non-farm employment change, first of all, advanced GDP. Thursday comes PC price index, unemployment claims, of course, and Friday unemployment rate. So labor market in the spotlight, ISM manufacturing as well, GDP numbers, as I've told you, and that's it. I think that kind of news, it's enough even for a month, not even for a week. So I am expecting huge volatility, crazy moves, traders, and let's be cautious, but we can have a really good week in trading. I feel like hopefully it's going to happen like that. Hi, Clifton. Good morning, team. I forgot to greet you. Okay, so actually, as I've told you, this is going to be the agenda for the week. Today, it's not that busy, but I feel like that the market needs a little time to be prepared for this crazy week of that. All right, but today actually we already have some movers, and especially, for example, oil stocks. Oil at the moment it's low and getting lower. I'm just going to show you the US oil soon. Reason for that, there was another um, limited attack by Israel on Iran, and that's why the oil stocks are going down, and even the oil, as you can see, it was already in this consolidation to break the $72 level, but because of the of this let's call it tension again, unfortunately, it just made a huge move to the downside. Well, it's fortunate or unfortunate. We can just, speak from the inflation side, which is definitely, it's better for the prices. But on the other hand, the reason why it's going down is definitely not a good sign. Okay, so that's it. Oil and oil stocks are going lower. And the other stock which I've seen and quiet read, it's BA. There are another news on the BA, only one actually. So there is news which I'm just going to tell you later on. However, the overall pre-market is quite nice and green. SPY 0.60, Triple Q 0.80. Well, SPY was not that good on Friday, actually, not that nice in green, because because of the bank stocks, especially, it's retreated and closed in red on the S&P 500 on Friday. The tech stocks may just remain to the green side, especially NVIDIA went really nicely to the upside. Actually, it just push the market higher, Triple Q. And as you can see on the SPY, the Friday was not a good day for the S&P 500. It's just moved back really ugly indeed to the red side, as I've told you, mainly on the pressure of the financial stocks. Hi, Robin. Good morning to you. All right. So on the SPY at the moment, as I've told you, it's how is it on the Okay, here we are, $582, 582, which is still under Friday's high, but let's see if it can just break this 585 again and make a push higher. Indeed, I'm a bit concerned because, as I've told you, the oil, which belongs to the S&P 500, so the industrials, it's making a harder time, but indeed, the rest of the SPY stocks are not that bad. On the Nasdaq, everything is nice and green. Actually, only the MU, which I see, it's a little bit to the red side, but NVIDIA very strong. AMD, oh my God, guys, AMD was a beautiful mover in the first part of the day. Second part was not that good, as I've told you. Everything just went back to the lows and even lower. But AMD run on Friday, it was remarkable. So I'm going to watch it today. On the AMD, it's 1.9% higher. Even SMCI is higher. We got news actually, which was not a news, but an earnings on ON Semiconductors, which was much better than expected. Why it's down? Okay, maybe I missed something. Or TSM, I got some good news. Okay, I'm just going to check my list, traders, because as far as I remember, on the ON Semiconductors, it was not that bad earnings. You know what? I'm just checking it. Shares gained more than 3% after the semiconductor product maker posted adjusted earnings per share 99%. So what happened here? It's going to be a sell the news event on ON. That's interesting. Look at that. Let's just check the pre-market of ON traders and let's just, wow, that's not good. I guess some news maybe hit after that, because this is a very, very nasty sell-off on the ON after very good numbers on the earnings. That's crazy. And even we have some news on the TSM, but I'm just going to tell it later. Hi, iTech. Enjoy the trading room today. Nice. Nice to see you and welcome. Okay, so actually, how is it working? I'm just telling you quickly. Usually I'm doing a preparation session in the first 20 minutes, so 9 to 9:20. After that, I'm going to the guidance room, which is going to be renamed soon for TEF support and trading room. There I'm going to trade and answer any questions if you have anything with you and a bunch of traders until like, I don't know, 10:30-ish. And this is going to be the morning, of course, here in the main room, usually Scott, DVG, and sometimes even Amir Barak just joins us, and the guys are trading really good, actually. What is the difference between the TEF's guidance room and the main room? I am the only analyst in the guidance room, and I'm trading a bit on lower pace, like I'm trading maximum 3-4 stocks in or symbols or trades in that hour, and I'm explaining a bit more. So this is actually more to the starter slash little advanced traders. Okay, so this is the big difference between the guidance room and the main room. And the guidance room is just I'm there actually all day. I mean, if you have any questions regarding TEFs, you can reach out to me on my private email or even TEFs email or even in the room. Okay, but trading is just until 10:30. Here in the room, there is trading all day until actually 4 p.m. Okay, traders, so that's it. Just a little explanation. And you know what? Let's just jump into the news, which is not that many. As I've told you, the main news, it's regarding the Israeli and Iran things again, like it's escalating a little bit, but it was a limited action, so not a big thing. Hopefully, it's not going to be in the future either, but it was enough to spook the oil. As I've told you, that's why I'm going to keep my eye on the oil stocks to the short side, like APA, XOM, and the others. BA, which just got some interesting news. McDonald's, E. coli outbreak from last week, but seems like that the counter pounder returns this week, which means might the McDonald's is going to be a little bit more lucky on this outbreak, not like Chipotle was back then, and seems like it's advancing now. By the way, McDonald's is going to release the earnings in the morning, so we can keep an eye on that. Even we have some news on the BA and a lot more. I'm just telling you some things about the rest of the stock exchanges over the world and even the crypto. Well, crypto is still quite of, let's call it, consolidating. Actually, I feel like it's really waiting for Trump. I'm sure that Bitcoin, especially, and the Bitcoin related stocks are going to be really crazy in this week. It's, as you know, it's a big stake for the Bitcoin whether Trump is going to win next week or not. And actually, this pump which we've seen since, I would say, September, it's the big stake of this pump is definitely Trump and the election. So let's see whether before Tuesday we will see any, I mean next Tuesday, not tomorrow, we will see any break over the 70K, or it's just going to, I don't know, consolidate here indeed. So far, nice and green for today. Let's see if it can continue into the green side. On the Asian section, that was a nice move on the Nikkei, especially on some news. Hang Seng not too much, quite of a zero, so maybe Chinese stocks are not going to be a big surprise today, but we can watch them as they are quite of crazy movers nowadays. Europe, though, had not a great start of the week. It's just slumped to the red side, especially the FTSE. Hard times are coming on the big auto giants in Germany as well, so that's not a good news for Europe either. So it's quite of a struggle for the European stock exchanges. In the beginning of the day, but seems like the US futures at the moment is just doing great and green. As I've told you, it depends how it's going to be continued, but seems like it's a nice green day coming. Okay, today no economic news, no major earnings. I mean, not yet. The big techs are just starting tomorrow, but we have some great movers, as I already mentioned you. Hi, Jennifer. Good morning to you. Okay, so Spotify is the first one on my list, and it is actually higher than 2% almost, because the Wells Fargo named Spotify a top stock pick. That's a really good news for Spotify, but let me just check the pre-market volume, which is quite low. Anyway, the average volume for the Spotify, it's not that high, at least compared to the fact that this is a $380 stock. I would expect at least a 2-3 million average volume per day, but this is definitely not the case. At the moment, it's just 12,000, but I must tell you, I like Spotify because this is quite of a big mover. So I'm going to start my watch list, and this is going to be the first one on my watch list to the long side. Also, as I've told you, I would like to see a little bit more spike on the volume side, still keeping it on my long list. Robinhood is the next one, 2% higher on Monday. The retail investing company announced users can trade a Kamala Harris or Donald Trump contract ahead of the 2024 presidential election. Smart. Users must meet certain criteria, though, including being a US citizen. So I cannot do it, unfortunately. Okay, so that's why Hood is higher. Now let's just check the daily chart. How does it look like? Does it support this move higher? For me, it looks like a bit extended, but there is no doubt that this is a big thing. So I would say let's just put it to the long side. Hi, Mark. Good morning to you. Okay, next one in the row, Boeing. As I mentioned you, I have some news for the Boeing, and this is that the company launched a stock offering that could raise roughly a $19 billion. The move is aimed at strengthening the company's finances, which have been hit by worker strike and a slow of production and safety issues. As I sorry, mentioned you 1 week ago as well, this is not a winning year for the BA for sure, not a lucky year, and so far doesn't look very good. 1.36% seems like for me a little bit desperate decision from the company side. Well, let's see how the small retail traders and even the big guys are going to absorb this news about the BA. I don't like the daily too much. Reason for that, I must tell you that this is a little bit like undecided, because 150 is acting like a very strong support. As you can see, 158, especially the 160 one, if it's going to reach it at all again. At the moment is down to this $153 area, and this is an inside day, like not even a Friday's day, but Thursday's inside day. But on the other hand, it's a gap down. So very interesting question on the BA. I can imagine that some deep buyers are going to come around as well. So not what I want to tell you, it's not obvious for me that it's going to go down. I'm going to call it to the short side, but let's just be careful with the BA. It's quite of a tricky stock sometimes, and it tricked me in the past, especially when it was a bit extended to the downside or to the upside, and it got a bad or a good news. It just the reaction of the stock, it was a bit weird. Hi Chris, good morning to you. BA1 offering, that's a penny stock move. Yes, Robin, that's why I feel like, you know what, that this was a bit desperate decision, and I'm not sure that the buyers are going to be completely impressed by that stuff. Oh no, let's see. Hi Lee, good morning to you. Okay, so BA to the short side, but don't be scared, Lee, because I know you have some BA, because as I just told to the guys, I'm not sure that it's going to go completely down. Also, oil stocks doesn't look that good at all. Exxon, BP, Occidental, Petroleum, like Oxy. I'm going to put some to the short side, including APA and even XOM. Okay, I'm going to put them to the short side. Reason for that, it just caused by Israel's attack over the weekend on Iran's military installation, and Iran just called it as a limited action, so it was not a big thing indeed. Hopefully it's not going to be followed by others. McDonald's, as I mentioned you, it's 1% higher, not just because of the fact that the quarter pounder burger will return this week to about 900 restaurants where it was removed following a deadly coli outbreak, unfortunately. But even McDonald's is going to have an earnings tomorrow. So McDonald's, I'm going to put it just to the secondary list, but let's be careful with it. I think it's going to be volatile, especially because of the fact of the earnings. Mark your list. It's always appreciated. Thank you very much. Yes, you are right, DJT. It's on my long list as well. Big mover today. Disney. Yes, TSM got some bad news, actually. I'm just going to go there. Taiwan Semiconductors, chip manufacturers shed 2% after TSMC suspended shipments to a China-based chip designer after the chip it made was found on a Huawei AI processor. People familiar with the matter told Reuters the US in 2020 had restricted Huawei from buying the technology over national security concerns. So that's definitely not a good news for TSM. Maybe this had an impact on the ON as well, because ON got some great earnings but still down, so it's quite interesting. I'm going to put TSM to the short side, but let's be careful because the rest of the semicons are quite strong. Okay, so on that one, I would be careful. ON, I don't know what to do with ON, guys. Really, very good numbers, and now it's just tumbling like crazy. I'm going to put it just to the secondary list because I'm not 100% long or short on that stock. Tesla again, here in the news. 0.70% higher after Canaccord Genuity hid its price target on the stock, saying Tesla's earnings trends will get closer to other Magnificent Seven companies in the current quarter and outperform the next year. So looks like that Tesla it's again back on the track, and seems like it's just, wow, that's crazy. What a day on Friday as well. I just can't believe it. So let's just put Tesla to the long side. Also be careful because this is the third big green day on the Tesla. We have here still NIO. It's a Chinese EV stock, as you know, and this is 2% higher as it was upgraded. This is quite of a low price stock at the moment. We can just put it to the secondary list together with Save Traders, because as you know, Save just still rumors on both out on Spirit Airlines, but seems like it's working and it's making quite of a huge days nowadays. Delta Airlines 2% after Delta Airlines on Friday sued CrowdStrike alleging breach of contract and negligence following the July outage that led to 7,000 flight cancellation. Well, that was evaded actually, so poor CrowdStrike, it's not the best quarter for them, sure, but at the moment seems like it's shaking it off. This kind of a legal step from the Delta Airlines, and I'm just going to put it to the secondary list anyway. Hi, Sonny. Good morning to you. And the DAL, I'm just going to put it to the long side. So that's it. As I've told you, despite of the fact that we won't have any big economic news today and not huge earnings, because it's just starting tomorrow, both of it. I mean the economic news as well and the big earnings with Google tomorrow morning. We still have some really, really great movers and traders. I like Roblox as well. It just got some good news before I started the preparation. So I'm going to put it on my long side, and I'm going to watch coin as well. Bitcoin related stocks seems like, I'm not sure they are not going to break the 70K, I mean the Bitcoin, and like that the Bitcoin related stocks can be strong. So I'm going to put it just to the secondary list, but I am bullish at the moment on the coin. So quite of a nice list to start the day and the week with. Good morning, Seth. And I'm just going to wish you a beautiful green start of the week, traders. Don't forget, things are getting really spicy here for the market. Election, big technological stocks earnings, lots of great economic news throughout the day or throughout the week. So I wish you beautiful green start, but just be cautious because volatility for this week is guaranteed. So have a nice one, traders, and I'm going to see you tomorrow. And of course, I'm going to go to the guidance room. If you have any questions regarding the test, please just drop me an email.
Traders, good morning and welcome to the 44 Trading Room. Welcome to a start of a week, Monday morning. Hopefully everybody's doing great. Just about ready to get out of the month of October. We've got Halloween in front of us. We've got a jam-packed week now as we start in on this, looking into the fourth quarter, finishing the first week, going into November, where we've got a couple of holidays coming up. November is Thanksgiving, Christmas, and New Year's in December. Trading continues to be good up until that first, probably about second week of December. Then we start to slow down, and we'll pick up that last week prior to the end of the year and the start of the new year. The good news is we will be here each and every day, guiding you through that here in the 44 Trading Room. Well, we also have an election here in the United States of America, a big-time election between Kamala Harris and ex-President Donald Trump. And that's going to be a lot of fireworks, I think, going off. That's going to be November 5th. That's when we're going to really find out, and that should be explosive for the market one way or another. Well, today on this Monday, we've got good volatility in the marketplace and great trading ahead of us today. If you joined us last week, or if you're here on a free 7-day trial, congratulations. Again, we've got a great action-packed day for you here in the 44 Trading Room. And we're going to be here to guide you each and every day. DVG is with me here this morning. We just heard from Aggie. Clifton is here. And listen, if you want a funded account and you are not in the United States of America, just email Aggie and she will be able to help you out here with your needs. But we welcome you into the room. Thank you for everybody on YouTube, which is just growing. It's amazing how many people are coming to us on the YouTube channel each and every day. And if you want to come into the room and join us without the latency, you can do that. 7-day free trial. Clifton's got that all targeted there in the room. We appreciate you taking the time to be with us. Well, a very good week last week, a very profitable week last week, and here we go into this week, into this last week of October 2024. What are the headlines today and where are we going? Well, we have to take a look at where we've been. And in the Asian market in the overnight session, we were green across the board. Nikkei up 692 points, almost 2%, 1.82% higher. Hong Kong up 9 points, and the Shanghai and China up 23 points here in the overnight session. Europe still in session right now. German DAX up 17. FTSE in the UK, the only market that's down just about 10 points, 9.51. The CAC 40 in Paris up 30 points this morning. Combine that with Asia, you've got 5 markets up, 1 market down on the global futures, and that puts pressure to the upside here in the US of A, and that's exactly what we have. Dow futures up screaming, 224 to the upside. S&P futures up 33.75, and the NASDAQ futures up 148 and 3/4, 149.75 actually. Oil's down $4.62, down below 70 again, 67.16 per barrel, 67.20 per barrel. And if you're in the gold patch, well, we're getting a little bit of a retreat down, $5 this morning, 27.46.60 per troy ounce. Silver's down not even a penny this morning, 33.78, now just up a little bit, 33.78. Copper's down, platinum's up, palladium is up as well. Robinhood in the news this morning jumps into election trading, giving users a chance to buy Harris or Trump contracts, which is very interesting. It's like a gambling now on Robinhood. That stock is up now, what, 27.93, printing this morning up about almost $1. Volkswagen in the news, targeting layoffs and 10% pay cuts amid plans for the German plant closures, is what their union is saying. And then overall stock futures rise, with the NASDAQ set to add to records as oil prices come down, people chasing after equities, and that's where we're at this morning. Boeing in the news, also rising to raise up to $19 billion to shore up finances, stave off a downgrade, and that's just shoring itself here into the fourth quarter. Okay, and that's about it this morning. Futures up higher. We look good out of the gate this morning. Let's talk some stocks, but before we do, let's say good morning to everybody here in our TradeNet family. We sure do appreciate it. Itzhak, good morning and great to have you join us here. Jennifer, good morning to you. Mark Oldfield, good morning. DVG, what do you say? Chris, good morning. Lee, how are you? Good morning to you. Mark O, good morning.
Good morning.
Lee, good morning. Allie, good morning. Hey, DVG, good morning to you. Miguel, good morning to you. And Carlos, good morning to you. DVG, what do you say this morning on a Monday? Hopefully you're doing great.
I am. Good morning, 44 Trading Nation. Hope everybody had a great weekend. Scott, you nailed it. A lot of stuff happening right now. We've got the elections around the corner this week, huge week for all the names in the queues. Basically, Mag 7 all reporting this week just about. TSM in the news this morning. I'll be keeping an eye on chip stocks at the open here. Likely my first trade will be in TSM, AVGO, possibly even NVIDIA. NVIDIA's all-time high just above about $1.40 from where it's at now. The one thing worth noting, again, I think there's a lot of optimism right now in the markets as, Apple, like Thursday is kind of the big highlight day of the week for me. You got Amazon, Apple, Intel, all reporting on Thursday. You've got Meta and Microsoft on Wednesday. You've got AMD and Google on Tuesday, amongst a myriad of others, right? And then on Friday, we've got Chevron and Exxon reporting earnings as well. So there's just tons and tons of earnings happening this week. The good news is you don't have to trade beforehand. You can always wait for the move to trade with direction, we'll say. I like to point that out. Sometimes you miss a big leg of the move before earnings, but then it becomes kind of a little bit of a gamble unless you know more about the company than the average person. It's just sometimes easier to trade after the initial moves. That said, the Q's up near its all-time high, 503 and change puts the Q's up at its all-time high. We're a couple points away from that. We tried to tag a little over 500 on Friday. I think, I'm not sure if he's here, but we actually shorted that with just kind of a hedge position in some puts, and those puts printed big time on Friday. So we might be looking for some of that today. I think there'll be some exuberance to push higher. The only concern I have is with those big names reporting this week. it only takes one, and that could really bring down the Qs. So think about, Meta, Microsoft, Alphabet, AMD, Apple, Amazon, all reporting in the same week. Just definitely be cautious. Right now, things looking very bullish, right? Everything moving to the upside. SPY getting close to its all-time high, 586.12. Markets are open. Trade safe. Good luck.
Thank you, DVG. Here we go. Markets are open. And I think we're going to have a great day today. Should be some good volatility on this Monday morning.
All right, I'm in TSM 198.30. Just got in short. TSM. Watching NVIDIA for same position here, 142.50-ish. Okay, we're in. NVIDIA also. This one's more of a build. Watching the Qs here. Getting ready for a partial on TSM. We'll see if we get a deeper cut here. Okay, TSM getting
Tesla right here, 260, 268, 269. I'm going to come in at 269.20 on Tesla. 269.20 long Tesla. Small share size.
getting ready to take a partial on NVIDIA here momentarily. Take also a partial on TSM. We'll wait. There's a big break on NVIDIA. That's what I've been waiting for. There's a break on TSM. Take a partial here. Beautiful move.
Target 270, 270 on Tesla, TSLA. And here we go. Right here.
All right, looking for
270.30
on TSM.
Out 3/4 of the trade on Tesla. Plus $1 on that trade. That's a nice way to start the morning here. Tesla green trade. Okay. Love SMCI as well today, but
yeah, really surprised how far oil pulled back. I know there were some strikes over the weekend, unfortunately, in the
this morning.
Middle East conflict. But,
back over $4. I mean, down $4 this morning on oil.
Yeah. If I see 197 break on TSM, I'm going to add. We did take a partial, like a trim up basically on NVIDIA. That was kind of like a sympathy play. If anything, this might be an opportunity to go long. So we did take it down at 141 change, partial. I still have some to the downside, see if we get a bigger move. I'm watching CrowdStrike actually. Here under 300 is where I really liked it. If we continue to fail here under 298, I'll probably start a short position there. Also looking at BA here for a potential short.
Here's Crowd. Crowd's in the upper right corner here. Still holding on to Tesla, just 100 shares left here on TSLA.
I'll start a short position here on Crowd in just a moment. Let's again, I hate to just be bullish all the time. I'm looking for bullish moves in names like CVX, right? Coin, especially. In fact, I may go long coin here, 215.30. We're small size there, 215.30 coin. All right, I'm going to put an order out there on crowd for 298 right on the dot. I don't like doing round numbers like that, but I have a feeling we'll build on crowd. Watching BA here. There goes coin. I'll add the coin right here. I'll add again to coin here in just a moment. Over 216.60. We get it. There we go. I'm going to go ahead and add again.
Again, Tesla's going to be targeted 271.
Okay, getting ready to add to TSM here in a moment if we continue to break down. Meta now breaking down. I think the SPY is probably going to bounce here. So let's see if we get a bigger move on coin here. And a breakdown on NVIDIA. See a 140 print, I'll take 80% of my position off.
269.20, I'm going to add to the Tesla trade. Go full share size now. Target 270, 270.
Here comes CrowdStrike. I'll add into the low of day. Big pullback on Meta now. I want to see 217 ideally on coin. Let's see if we can get it. Well, we're waiting for a big break here on NVIDIA down to one. There comes the move. Yes, coin 218.
There you go.
Love it, love it. I'll take a partial here in just a moment, y'all.
And here comes Tesla again, full share size trade now. We're going to take some off at that break of 270.50. This will be the second time we've taken the trade here. About 20 cents to go on Tesla, TSLA.
Wow. I am so glad I took half off just then. Wow, that was a big down leg there. Everybody must have been thinking the same way I was.
Spot going to come in here at 383. No, 383 on SPOT.
TSM under 197, I will add to my position.
I'll make
the
the
downside
announcement here. Spot SPOT long 383.
I won't add to my NVIDIA short position just because NVIDIA can be pretty sporadic. We're in that position already to the downside. We're up on the position. It's not a huge trade for me at the moment, so I don't want to risk a ton. Crowd, though, moving nice. Got a point already. Got 1 point, a little like 1.5. So you can get a little more. And coin, what a monster.
It's crazy, right?
Yeah.
Real nice.
Got two points out of it. Took half off my position, and then it literally pulled back to my entry. So went from like a nice green trade to boom, slightly red trade in a matter of seconds. Watch Meta, guys. Meta pulling back pretty strong here. And the Qs have some room to give back. I don't like this move on crowd now.
Come on. Tesla stop will be under the low here, 267. 267 stop on.
All right, I'm going to add early here on TSM. I like it here. 197.30-ish. I'm going to add right here. That works. Adding to my short position on TSM. I don't know if I can do that with NVIDIA just yet.
No trade on spot. If I get triggered out of Tesla, it'll turn my morning red.
You know, I liked Tesla earlier, but I haven't been watching it. Let me pull it up.
Yeah, it doesn't look great now.
It got over 270 in the pre-market. Wow. I think that stock has room to 290. like in the next, assuming this week goes well for all the other Mag 7 names, I mean, Tesla, it's been a long time since it's tried the 300s again. They had amazing earnings. You guys watch the break on TSM here. Watching the Qs. I think we get one move downward here on the Qs. If it gets bought, keep in mind we're up on the day. If it gets bought, let's say before the close on Friday, 495.30-ish. I think that's going to be the time to rip higher.
Right now. Off the bottom.
Come on, TSM. Here comes NVIDIA now. About to break the low of day. There it is, breaking the low of day.
Kev, it looks good. 152 at the bottom for that short for sure. Come on, Tesla, stay up here for us.
All right, y'all. Here comes TSM. Here comes NVIDIA. Here comes CrowdStrike. Watch the Qs here. We could get a dip on the, like I said, Qs down to 495.5. I'd get ready to start buying that. Right now we're at 50% of the move higher from the pre-market on the way up, so we could see buyers here. In fact, I may take a partial here on NVIDIA again, just to pull some off. TSM though, I'm holding until I see a 195, 196 print. Big pullback in Meta, CrowdStrike.
$267 on Tesla will be my stop here. Not looking great.
Here comes
NVIDIA just blew through
NVIDIA.
Friday's close.
Okay, TSM and NVIDIA looking great so far. There comes TSM, the break below the low. I'm going to wait. I want to see a low 196 or, if we break into 195, I'll trim some off of there. This is like I'm watching for levels where I want to get long some of these names now.
Saved by the bell here on Tesla. Love to see this thing go now. Off the bottom. Sitting here at the bottom on the market right now. And again, started off really, really good here this morning with the futures up higher. In fact, futures were higher by over 200 points on the Dow. Now we're up 327 on the Dow, up over 100 on the NASDAQ, and the S&P up almost 28. So we're hanging in there very, very good right now.
I might get a little more here on coin. I see a 140 print of any kind on NVIDIA. I'm going to probably get out of the way and maybe start looking to buy it.
Yeah, it's got a lot of downside to the stock. We spiked down here now on Tesla and then right back up. Hopefully we see that 271 now on Tesla. Okay.
TSM, baby. I will see you down in the 195 print. Okay, getting ready to take some off of NVIDIA here. Okay, I didn't get the best fill. 07, 141.07. I thought I'd get a 140 print. Oh well, it's all right. Yeah, a little over 1.5 or so. Wouldn't say it's the most amazing trade, but let's see if we get some on TSM though. Up 2 points right now on it. I'd like to see a follow through breakdown. Same with crowd. Need crowd to break that low of day. Coin hanging out right at my entry. Watching
There's just 2 trades
Meta
today,
right
both
here.
on. And I'm looking for Spotify right now. I'm going to go 382 Spotify, just small share size here to start. Just going to nibble here at the bottom. If we get this
I think I'm gonna
curl.
get out of NVIDIA and go long here in a minute. It's 141.50.
Yep. Long is perfect here, that 141. Yep, right above that, right here.
Yeah.
Come on, Tesla, work for us.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna get out of NVIDIA and go long here in a moment. We've got a ad on coin over 216.30 right now. About $1 over my initial entry. That's why rule number 1 is applicable.
Come on, Tesla.
Your move initially, right? NVIDIA down, we're getting paid on the way down. TSM getting paid on the way down. Still got some left, but this 141.50 level holds. Like if we break through it and hit the low of day, great. Get to reap the benefit of that downside move. I might even add, but I'm really tempted. Like we just saw that move 215.55. Oh no, sorry, I was looking at a different stock there. It literally went right to 141.50. We hold that level, I might switch gears and move high, or go long on NVIDIA.
Well, SMCI really breaking out here now.
Yeah, they report this week as well. Meta getting kicked down. What's going on there? They report this week as well, I think on Wednesday, if I'm not mistaken. Yep, Wednesday. Waiting to see what it does around. So 572 and 577 are big levels for Meta. They lose 572. I mean, a lot of downside left in that one.
Tesla, you're killing me.
Okay, NVIDIA still in favor. TSM still in favor. Again, I'd love to see a 195 print on TSM. We're 60 cents away from that. So I'll wait. Just really hope we don't see a snap back. That would be terrible for my position here. CrowdStrike, if we get above, let's see, 300, I'll be out. We're there now. Give it 1 second. Just waiting for that candle to complete. I'll get out if we move over that close. Literally, we rejected the close. Now we're moving lower. Barely hanging on the crowd now, guys. I don't like this move on coin now either. Come on, TSM. Waiting on you. Uh-oh. Big move now on the Qs.
Yep, and Tesla just broke that low, and I'm out of the trade with a loss here. I've just turned my green day red. Not something I want to have here, but this is a, again, hold on here. Maybe short-lived here. We'll see. The market's still up, but Tesla leading the way to the downside. Same thing with NVDA. Boeing not following through on the downside either.
Well, again, I think the Qs, look, keep an eye on the close from Friday on the Qs, so 495.30 area. I think at this point, it only makes logical sense to chase that. I mean, it may bounce anywhere in between that, but from where we're at now to that close, I wouldn't be looking for long positions just yet until we see a bounce somewhere on the Qs. The logical bounce would be the close. So I'm going to wait to go long positions until I see that. I'm still in crowd. I'll probably trim up here in a moment if it bounces higher. So I won't have as much exposure. It was a build position anyway. It wasn't a big position. Coin, disappointing. Good news is we took half of our position off. Bad news is we still have some of that position left. All right, TSM, come on. Like watching paint dry.
I'm all right.
It just keeps, moving lower by like a penny, and then a penny lower, and then it bounces, a penny lower and bounce. I'm waiting for the real break. Watch out on BA, that 152 level, big level.
Yeah, if it gets going here, like I said before, it's going to be, it should be a nice downside move.
I'm barely hanging on to coin only because if you look at the 200 EMA guys on the 1 minute, we literally just bounced off of that. If we see that 200 go away, I'm going to be out. So still a winning trade, just giving some back. And coin, here comes our move on TSM. Finally, let's see it go 195 now, please.
Watch SMCI come up too as well. I traded in tandem this morning. Spot, no volume, no trade there. Very tempted on NVDA, but no follow through there.
Yeah.
Let's take a look
I didn't
at it
switch
here.
gears yet on that. I got 100 left. That's all I got left on NVIDIA to the downside. I'm waiting for my break to 195, whatever, XX on TSM. I may be forced to take some off here, but really thought I'd get more from that move. Here, watch out. Q's breaking a little bit lower. Ooh. Bulls are holding their ground pretty well here. right, I'm going to take some off of TSM here, guys. Unless, like, well, maybe we'll wait this one. This will be the last candle. I want to see a break under 196. If not, I'll take a partial. Unfortunately, probably too early, but that's okay. I want to walk away winning today. Okay, there we go. I'm looking at NVIDIA now, switching gears, 141.50. Let's do it. 140, I'm out the short position NVIDIA. Let's go NVIDIA, 141.50 long. Actually, I don't mind. I'll get in here. Just got in 3 cents early, 141.47. Still have my TSM short, crowd short, but we're long coin and NVIDIA right now. Watching CVX, surprising. I mean, obviously they report along with Exxon on Friday. Dropped down to 147 and change, and it's up at almost 150 now. Oh, NVIDIA. Okay, taking some more off of TSM. I will add to NVIDIA over 141.
I'm long spot, SPOT. SPOT on spot. I came in at 383, so we'll see here. Target 386. We got to get through the VWAP though at all on this trade. And again, it's small share size trade right now.
I'm going to be out of crowd here in a second, losing trade. All right, I'm going to 141.60 on NVIDIA. I'm going to load the boat. I think it's time that we turn directions here. Watching Meta also. Kind of like it here at this 576.5. Long. Keep an eye on it. Getting ready for my ad on NVIDIA. What is coin doing?
SMCI, it's going to attack that 50, maybe today even. It's crazy on this breakout here.
All right, 576.50. I'm going to nibble on Meta. They report this week, so let's see what happens. Okay, here comes NVIDIA. Just added long. This will get above the VWAP, which would be 141.90. I'll add again. Taking some more off TSM here. Didn't get the break I wanted, so I'll get paid instead. Let's see what the call options on the Qs look like. $1.20. Okay, it's not too bad.
Good value, right?
Yeah, I'll be able to buy a couple of those on the Qs. Here comes Tesla now. I think Tesla's going to do it.
Well, I'm just, the only thing I have right now is spot. Again, 380, we'll call it 385 for the first partial here. We'll take $2 off if we can get it to go here. A little bit spready, but that's okay. We'll hang in here with it.
I like Tesla. 5, 6, 7, 80. Tesla's gonna launch here. I'm gonna get in here. Oh, that's gross. 268.12. I did a market fill. This will be a. I'm gonna see if we can get this thing to really cook here. I'll add over the close. It's a smaller position, but I'm gonna see if we can get a good run on this thing. Might get out of coin here. Not looking great.
Watch it. You can add over that 269.50 or so there. Yesterday's close,
Let's
that
go
dotted
Meta.
white line. Yeah, looks great. Spot looking good too.
Those of you guys wondering, did the 500 strikes for tomorrow's expiration call options on the Qs? We're in Tesla now. I'm just gonna add half size here, Tesla. Let's go, Tesla.
Yeah, it's screaming
And
now.
Nvidia
Very nice.
now moving. Let's go. All out of
Day traders
TSM.
about
I think it's time for the bulls to take over.
60 cents more on Spotify, SPOT. Looking great. Sell into that strength of that move on Tesla, looking great.
Yeah, I'm gonna wait to see what it does here with this 200 EMA. Where it's at right now, 270. Let's get a 270 print and let it rip.
Yep.
Need Meta to get over the VWAP for me to consider adding. And I can't believe I'm going long this position. Normally I'd be short in this thing, but it is reporting earnings this week. So I think if we see bulls show up to the party, now would be the time.
Yeah, let's go.
Three, two, one, Tesla. Let's go.
Yeah, look at that.
270 print. That thing's gonna take off. Here we go. This could become my big trade of the day. Let's see. Yeah, we did good on coin, but man, now it's limping. Here goes a 270 print. We're getting it to move here. Let's see if we get a big breakout now on Tesla. In fact, I'm going to add another 50 shares to it. Let's see if we get a bigger move.
Just spiked up on Spotify to 270 or 280. I'm sorry, to 385 right here on SPOT. It'll be coming out of this trade as well.
Kev, yeah, BA broke, yeah. That 152 level again, big level. Once you snap
15
that,
cents
should
to go on
should
Spotify.
continue. Nah, what do I do with Tesla?
There we
Just
go.
wait. Here comes a move on Nvidia,
14
guys.
cents to go now.
Barely above the VWAP. Meta trying to move higher. Man, I'd love to see a 580 print on Meta. I don't know if I'm gonna get it though. Look at this. Scott, what do you think? We're gonna get it on Tesla?
I think so. I mean, how could you not right now? I think it goes high a day.
271 rip. Glad I got out of the way of CrowdStrike. Holy crap. We turned around and went the other way. All right, NVIDIA, come on. I'm looking for 142.5 first partial. Meta, I might, I'll wait. See if we can get a bigger move out of this thing. CVX powering up. What's going on there? You know, oil just
Come on,
dumped
Tesla.
and then now it's bouncing pretty strong. Coin bouncing here. Come on, Meta. Meta, Tesla, Nvidia. And the Qs. I've been using those Qs more as like either an amplifier like Catalyst or a hedge. Today, I'm bullish on the Qs, bullish on a lot of the tech names. Frankly, because it's the earnings week, so I think people are going to try to optimize
Try
their
to get in
position.
early.
Names like Nvidia, yeah, well, names like Nvidia and stuff like that. I think people are already kind of in position. You know what I mean? But like, there's probably a few that people are like, oh, hey, we got to get ahead of this for earnings. Like, you know, maybe an Apple. I'm super bearish Apple during the earnings. I don't want to say put that on the record, but might as well. I think 235 to 236 becomes a reality before earnings, and they report. I think it was Thursday. Yeah, Thursday after the close. So I see that 235 to 236 range. I might nibble a few. You know, I own Apple when it was like $70 from like years ago in my portfolio, but that doesn't really matter. So on the one hand, I like to see it move higher, but I don't know. I just think the iPhone 16 is going to be not well received, I think. All right. Come on, Tesla. This is the move right here. Okay, we're getting Meta moving. Nvidia's moving.
Yep.
Tesla hesitating at 270 now. What the heck? Q's to 500, I would think. Maybe. Getting rejected at the VWAP here. See if we get some more bulls to show up. Never underestimate greed.
Yeah, we're real close on Spotify here. Again, 385. The spread, it's just got no volume, so I can't wait to come out of this trade here. You need about 15 more cents and we'll come out of the trade here. Love Tesla to the upside. Love SMCI on this breakout at the top here. I would say watch SMCI this week. If you want to get in now, this week over 50. I think it does it. Yeah, I mean, if you look at the daily on SMCI, remember this thing's split. I don't think you can even see it right now. Yeah, you can't. But This thing split what?
10 to
Was
1.
it 10 to 1?
Mm-hmm.
And now we're down in the 40 range. There's going to be a lot of people buying this stock for a long-term hold, I believe.
Yeah, at one point it was, $1,200 stock, which, $122. But only reason it's down here is they had issues with their financials. You guys remember reporting their annual report, etc. Plus, there were a couple activist investors claiming that they were cooking the books. So stock plummeted. But they're the guys that help NVIDIA make the chips. Them, ASML, similarly, Lam Research, similar. Here comes the bull run.
Yep, let's go.
It has to happen
Also
right
needs
now.
to
It doesn't
turn
happen
here.
right now. I will get
Check your
bearish.
watch your Tesla trade here.
Yeah. All right, we should get the breakout on NVIDIA now. Meta, I'm going to take some off if we see that VWAP. If we start getting blocked by the VWAP on Meta, I'm going to take like 3/4 of my position off on Meta. It's just so expensive. NVIDIA, I don't know. I'm tempted to add actually over 142, but I'll wait. I'll probably end up just taking a partial. I don't want to risk giving back a green day. I do think this is where it's going to start to run. I'm looking for 142.5 or a partial. And then with Tesla,
Watch.
I mean, I'd love to see 275, but
Watch the Spotify trade. 382 will be my stop. I think we just have a small pullback here. We continue. NVDA would be nice to see this lead us out of where we are here.
it's really difficult to get excited on a $577 stock when you're up 60 cents.
So
you know
true.
what I mean? It's like I need like 3 points even for it to like make sense.
It's one of the things when I pre-screen any stock like in the morning, I don't even look at stocks that are not moving at least 50 cents to, multiple dollars, because to me, you're not going to get the value's not there. I mean, you invest like a $500 stock to get 50 cents or 20 cents. I mean, it's not something that I want to do.
Exactly. I really thought we'd get a bounce up. At least try 580 on Meta. you know, like
Yeah.
a strong push to show like, hey, we want 580 to be a level. But now that it's hanging out here at 577, I know that's a big level for Meta, but you know, now I'm caught, right? Like it could totally go down to 575, stop me out, and then bounce, and now I'm out of the position. You know, so I hate being in that type of situation, but it happens. I don't know what's going on with BA. It just got a big bounce off the bottom here. LATAM Airlines. Boeing reaches a deal for up to 15 787 Dreamliners. LATAM Airlines. Okay. Oh, NVIDIA. Come on. Wondering if we do a quick survey. Let's see. Let's do Meta, NVIDIA, Tesla, long. Hold them
Or Folda.
or fold them? I'm going to ask the team here.
You'll find out who the
We're
bull
in.
is right away, right?
Yeah. So I've got Meta, NVIDIA, and Tesla long right now. Asking our team here, hold them or fold them? Go keep them so they go long. I should have add trim them, you know, like just take a partial or something. But
Mm-hmm.
look at this. Oh, we're almost split. Look at this, 53-46.
Yeah.
All right. Well, we'll let the majority rule here. We're going to hold them. So I'm going to hold on a little bit longer on Meta, NVIDIA, and Tesla. 50-50 now. Oof. All right. Thanks for those who participated. A little fun poll there. But good news is we banked a green day so far. Not willing to give that back. I just, Meta right now, looking at as the P&L is moving around on it, I'm like, this does not look promising. NVIDIA, if you guys recall, we were short this morning. Flip directions. So we literally have a 50-50 split in the room today. It sounds
how
like we've
about
got 50% bulls, 50% bears, and that, my friends, is why we have markets.
That's why the markets continue to work. So you have people on both sides, right?
Yeah. Every buyer needs a seller and vice versa. This just really feels like a squeeze is coming. Someone's getting squeezed. Scott, if Tesla gets to 275 today,
That would be great, man.
We're gonna go. We're gonna
Super.
go for a round of golf.
There you go. Yeah, if you get to 275, you could fly down just for the afternoon.
Right? Might do.
Yep, work on the private there.
Here it goes. Tesla, let's go. No partials yet. NVIDIA, though, might have to trim it. We'll see. We will see. Look at Tesla, baby.
There you go. Skyrocketing. It's going to have a little bit of trouble right here at the top. This is the pre-market high, as you can see from my chart here on the left. Gets through that, you may actually get 275.
Well, I think this might officially be my big trade of the day. We'll see. In the video of trade, we got like, I don't know, point and a half. TSM, about the same. Meta, we're barely green. I'm going to hold
Take it while you
until
can,
the
right?
breakout. Yeah, let's let this thing grow on Tesla. Let's see some real exuberance kick in. I'll see how it behaves around 272. 273 is a big level I have marked on Tesla, though, so that'll probably be where I take half my position off, 273 area. Barely hanging on to NVIDIA now. And worth noting, I'm down like 14, 18 cents now. Yeah, Kev. So for Microsoft, interestingly enough, I think we talked about that last week. I missed it like 3 times. Try to go long Microsoft, the open. That said, I think a lot of this week's earnings have kind of been bought up. So obviously 468.35, it's all-time high on Microsoft, but maybe the 430 to 435, I would say, is probably where we're going to end up pre-earnings announcement. So there's a lot of money in that band, heck, even to 440, but I would say from 430 to 435, there's a significant amount of institutional money in that bracket. And so if Microsoft blows their number out, you can count on 470 being the next target. All right, I'm going to trim up on NVIDIA here in a minute, guys. Only because I have decent size on NVIDIA to be added. But I'll give it another minute or two See what it does. Tesla, I'm really trying to be patient, which normally I would have paid myself by now, but in fact, I will. 171 print of any kind. I'm going to take some off of Tesla. I can always add more. I'm looking around, I'm seeing Meta pull back, I'm seeing SMCI pull back, Nvidia's pulling back, Microsoft's pulling back. So I'll wait on my winner, which is Tesla, but I like it here. 271.50? Oh yeah. Okay. We'll listen to Scott and wait. Let it grow. There it
Be
goes.
patient. I always hear Amir saying that, you know, let it run, let it grow, let it grow.
Tesla. There it is. There it is. 272 and change, y'all. I'll wait. Still waiting. I'll take half of my position if I see a 273 print of any kind. Watching the tape right now. Still looks good. Limit high on it, so come on, Nvidia, it's your turn now. And Meta. I'd love to see 580 on Meta. I can't believe I'm long Meta. That's first surprise on a Monday. I'm up 20 cents on my options for the Qs right now, which is nice. It's a nice $400.
Wow, Tesla straight up 275. You can start packing your clubs. It's on a rocket ship. On a rocket ship. Yeah, I mean, Boeing was good for what, a point or, yeah, almost 50 cents or so.
I'm gonna take half off
Tesla
right here on
remains
Tesla.
large.
Half off Tesla. Might be early. I don't care. I just my biggest trade of the day so far. And we added into that. I've been adding into some of these other ones like Nvidia. Womp womp hasn't really worked out. Meta was a small position to begin with, so I'm not really, too heartbroken over that one. But yeah, it is frustrating, right? I mean, $570 stock and it moves 60 cents. Like, nah. McDonald's reports earnings before the open tomorrow. You guys remember we shorted that on Friday. A couple of you guys took that trade with me. Seth, nice, man. ARM. Cool. Yeah, I still want to see the big one for me is Qs now. I'm going to probably dump Meta any moment. I don't like this price action. You could argue it's a consolidation here at the bottom, and maybe we move higher. But the fact that we're below VWAP, we're below the 200, we're below the 55, all signs typically of a short position. Nvidia kind of looking the same. Microsoft, on the other hand, look like it's finding some strength. So if we're going to see strength in certain names, it looks like Apple right now looks good. Microsoft looks good. I say looks good. Obviously, we could flip the other direction, right? Watch the cues here, guys. 498. Do we get the pop? If we don't, look for shorts. Yeah, unbelievable. Subtle undercut under 152. Made it look like you were going to tank, and then the bulls just ripped this thing up to 153 now. Tempted to go long BA. Let's see. Okay. Jeez. Okay. The 160 strike on BA is 94 cents for this week's expiration. Maybe we grab 20 of those. All right, I'll bite. Wait for the 200 to get tagged here and hold. Coin. Yeah. Squeezing between that 200 EMA and that VWAP, right? So it's going to make a decision here soon for sure. All right, Meta. I might punt this and Nvidia unless I get a big bounce here in a moment. And we're going to grab the 160 call options on BA Friday expiration. Grab 20 of them. I can add another 30 if it starts really popping higher.
Can we go into SMCI? The answer is yes, absolutely. I'll take it over 48. I'll post it here. SMCI long 48.
Might be out of NVIDIA here in a moment. Same with Meta. Good news is we got paid big time on Tesla today, guys. Last chance, Meta. Get up in the 576 ASAP. So, Kev, here's the trouble now in coin. Is that an undercut? Try to get bears to show up, and then they get run over, or was that a legitimate sell? Right? And we look around, TSM now dumping, NVIDIA dumping, Meta dumping. I'm actually out Meta here in a moment. I'm not going to trade on a spike, but that'll do it. I'm out of Meta. I'm out of NVIDIA. 50-cent loss on NVIDIA. $1 and change on Meta. Good news is Tesla winning.
That's great. Okay, traders, watch SMCI here. We've got about 19 cents to go before we enter the trade.
If I see a 153.80 area on BA, I'm going to add another 30 contracts. So there'll be like 50 contract position on BA. Guys, Tesla moving. I'm going to go put the kettle on, make some tea, but I'll be right back. Give me a second.
I think when DVG gets back, that Tesla trade will be 275. Yep, SMCI will be my next trade here, just waiting for it. Also, Boeing looking like it could possibly roll over here, setting up for a short here. I'm gonna put the meta trade up here. Also, this DJT, I'm going to take over 45 here. Small share size to start. Let's watch this. Just long the stock here. 46 is going to be my target here on DJT. Tesla right at the top right now. Okay, watch DJT again. Target's going to be that $46 range, and if we get through that, it's going to be a great trade. Wow, Tesla go. DJT, I am long the stock. Yep, DJT entry at 45 here. Wow, ARM. Could be a nice breakout here on DJT. Just keep on watching it. Yep. All I'm going to do is stick with that DJT trade. Yeah, it's all out of the spot trade. Yep. It's very nice. The only thing now is DJT. That's the only thing I'm in as we speak. Hopefully you get the support right here at the VWAP line on DJT. Come on, DGT. Come on, DJT. Yeah, thought we had DJT rolling, but we haven't. We don't.
How things looking, Scott?
Still waiting for it. You had a nice run on Tesla here, actually on a breakout. So
Yeah, I've got BA, Tesla, and some call options on the Qs, which don't look great anymore. But we'll wait. Looking around, SMCI, strong pullback. Watching oil stocks right now, though. So who do we have reporting tonight? We've got Ford, Cadence, Waste Management, Rambus, F5, kind of meh. Tuesday morning before the open, SoFi, PayPal, BP, McDonald's, Pfizer, Royal Caribbean, JetBlue, Crocs, Tenet Health, and Enterprise Products. And then after the close, big ones are AMD, Alphabet, Snap, Chipotle, Visa, First Solar, Chubb Insurance, and Reddit. We'll cover kind of what's coming on Wednesday. as we get closer to that day, because Wednesday after the close and Thursday after the close will be fireworks. Big breakdown on Microsoft now. Careful, y'all. Might have to dump these call options on the Qs here.
I did get in when you were gone, DBG. I did get into the DJT trade, so I'm just sitting here looking at this little bull flag to the upper right side of my screen, trying to figure out how this thing can actually take off.
Big move on Google here. I will watch it at the close here. Might Meta's making its own search engine. So let's see what it does here. News just out. Let's go for it. Shorten Google here. You can get the best fill, but just hit that for a market order. Oops. Also seeing a pullback in Microsoft, given they have a search engine. It's not, I'd say, as widely used. You know, they got Bing, but coin, strong pullback here. Wow. You know what? I may have to trim up on Tesla a bit in case it starts emulating that behavior. Watch the cues here, guys. Approaching low day. Well, might get tagged on Google here. That was quick. Trying to build a position to the downside, but 1 point against on 150 shares. That's never fun.
Again, 46 here coming up on it. DJT, this is going to be a great trade, traders. We've been patient with the trade, and now it's time for payday.
I'm going to take another half off of Tesla here. 272 print. I'll put all the risk behind me. Won't have to worry about it. Probably get stopped out on Goog here, unfortunately. It's setting up a bear flag, but again, given this week's events, it'll be a scary one this week in a good way. We want that volatility as traders. So respect your stop losses. I think that's part of the art form. I don't know, Scott, how you feel about it, but I'd say part of this business, to be a profitable trader, is getting really good at eating losses quickly, keeping them small, and always reposition if appropriate. But I think that was kind of when I first started trading, was the hardest thing. It was like, hey, where do I put a stop loss? Where do I say enough is enough? And
Yep.
for many of you, it's different, but risk management, biggest part of this business, I would say.
Yeah, I mean, it's huge. I mean, because you have to think about it like this. If you don't have risk management, it's the way to go out of business, right? You have to, in this business, you have to be able to survive. It's really a game of survival, right? It's, if you're not here tomorrow, you can't continue your trading journey. So what can you do today to make sure that you're here tomorrow is really the way that it goes.
Yep, I would agree. Some of you guys like to use R. Some of you guys like for me, say for example, I saw this big move on Google. I started a position, 150 shares. I wanted 300 shares, but rather than go in for 300 right out the gate, I started with 150. In the event it continues to break down, I can add. Right now that it's a losing trade, I can't add to a losing trade. In the event it turns around, and I'll give it a point. So I'll risk $150 on this trade. Maybe give it a couple cents. But the good news is like we have BA long, we've got Tesla long, we've got the Qs long using call options, right? We got out of some of those losing positions in NVIDIA and in Meta. So those, small losses there. But right now, BA looking great. Q's not so much. Tesla, unbelievable. I mean, that's at this point that's free money. So I'm gonna let it continue to print, but get out of the way of the losing trades. I don't want to arm wrestle a losing position, trying to prove that I'm right. If anything, I will prove that I'm right if, let's say, for example, Google breaks down, I can add those additional shares if I choose to do so, right? In fact, I'm going to add to my BA position here in just a moment. We're getting that push over 154. So I'll go ahead and add here. Smaller size, another 50 shares. I'm actually going to grab shares. I have call options now. So I'm going to grab 50 shares on BA. So it's like another catalyst. So I've got call options, the 160 strike that I bought for real cheap.
Come on. DJT going to do it here again. $46 target now. $46 target.
I'm watching coin right now. Very tempted on coin. Barely hanging on to Goog now. Barely. It's right around where I want my stop to be. I'll give it a little bit more. It's finding a little bit of resistance here, but if it moves higher, I will be out. So let this candle finish. See where we end up. Nice move on BA. Miguel, I'm watching coin right now. That's the 50-50 play. Meaning, if we could get over that 200 EMA, which is right around 213, it might look good for a long. But we're still below the VWAP. We're still below the 200. We're still below the 55. I mean, it has room to go down as well. So I'm kind of watching that to see what it does behaviorally. You know, if we see markets move higher, then coin will likely follow, but it also could be an opportunity to last chance, Goog. If I see this continue to stay green, I'm going to be out. There it is. We're out of Google that quick. So gave a little more than 150 bucks, but that's okay. BA now on the run. Love it. I'll take a couple of the call options off of BA here. This 155 print. Still have quite a few left, so banking some profit there. Just got a private message. Why take money off BA? It's running now. Well, it ran right into the close. So that's kind of the first point of resistance. We're going to likely find some sellers. So taking some off there, just good trade practice, right? Can it continue to run? Sure. I've got a position there to take advantage if we start breaking out. But right as I see that close get hit at 155.01, I want to make sure that I get some of my position out of the way.
Come on. We're spiking up there. We're pennies away really on the, well, pennies, 39 cents away on DJT now.
So Miguel, on coin, I'm keeping an eye on it now. Notice, I don't know if you have your 200 EMA, but we ran right into it and rejected again. We're hanging out here at the lows of the day. So we need to see a big push on the SPY and the Qs to the upside. So I'm actually watching it around the VWAP 214. For a long type position, if I'm going to consider it. We went long early this morning. We got paid well on the first partial. We took half off, and the other half basically took a small loss on that. And then notice BA for that person who sent a private message. There's that strong pullback. So I'm glad we paid ourselves first. It's rule number one. Google nearly a complete recovery. Wow. I wonder if this could be an opportunity to short it again at the VWAP. I think some people got caught flat-footed on that sell-off, so they're trying to buy up those shares to get a better exit. So be careful on Google. NVIDIA, meanwhile, at the low of day.
Okay, I'm going to get, this is close enough for me. I'm going to take it off here at the 45.90 here, about 4 cents away on DJT. And I am going to call it a day right now. So I am out DJT right here, 45.87. I'm done with that trade. Again, not a bad trade here, coming up off of 45, about 80 cents to the good side here. And I'm going to call the morning finished here. So DVG, I'll see you at the golf course, right? Hopefully when you get that 275. If it's not going to be today, it's going to be tomorrow. So Tesla just on a roll. Tons of earnings today. Great trading day today. Started off green, then turned red. 2 green trades. Got myself small green day today, about 680 up, 684 exactly up. So I will see everybody tomorrow. Remember, if you want a funded account, TEFS funded account, Aggie is the person that's going to facilitate that. You can email her. Clifton's got the link here in the room, and check it out. TEFS funded account program that's working right now. You got to be outside the United States. It's not for us. It's just we're partnering with them to provide the trading room, and looking forward to seeing everybody tomorrow. So have a great night tonight. Good trading this afternoon if you're going to be with us all afternoon long. If not, I'll see you first thing in the morning. We'll get a Tuesday morning kicked off. Thanks for joining us today on Monday. Thank you, everybody on YouTube for your support. DVG, see you in the morning. Clifton, thank you. Aggie, all the best. Take care, traders. God bless you. Godspeed.
Keep it on video, y'all. Down here at the low of day. If you have long positions, I think, Miguel, we were talking about coin. Take a look at it now. A rejection of the 200, holding strong. Likely a downside move imminent. Seeing that NVIDIA is pulling back. Qs here at the low of day. And I wouldn't be surprised if we see the Qs at least get down to Friday's close. And then we find some buyers there. And we talked a little bit about liquidity sweeps, how they work, etc. This is kind of a perfect example. We saw a big move pre-market in the after hours. Qs dropping down to 493.78 and a big bounce that ran up almost exactly 5 points to 498.80. A fun little exercise. Figure out a 50% retrace on that move. Okay. You do a 50% retrace. It puts you right about where we're at today, where we've seen those bounces. No surprise. But if we see a breakdown below those lows, we're going to want to find buyers around that close if bulls plan to stay in control of this upside move. So right now, I'd be kind of sitting on your hands, waiting for, see what markets are going to do here. If you are long positions, don't be afraid to pay yourself. You can always add to a position. What you don't want to do is add to a losing trade. We do have the 3 and 6 month bill auctions coming up at 11:30. The 5-year note auction and 2-year note auction at 1 o'clock. Kind of the remaining news here for U.S. markets. Later on this evening, I will be paying attention to what's happening in Japan. Their unemployment rate. There's obviously some geopolitical forces in play right now in Japan. Those of you who are not tracking it, I recommend just keep an eye on it. That's tonight at 7:30 Eastern. I will be watching oil pretty closely this week as well. Again, with additional geopolitical aspects in the Middle East, etc. Could prove to be a hedge with the elections coming up on the 5th, so next week. Forget who it was. Someone was asking, thoughts. I'm not the political powerhouse. I'm not here to say one president versus the other, share political views. For me, I think fundamentally it'd be important to kind of have some stock set aside in the event one administration wins over the other. What are the benefits for each? I think green energy, right? So green energy would be well received from the Harris administration. So names like ENPH, First Solar, obviously reporting this week. ENPH reported last week, not so great, but decent price to buy it. Down in the $78, $80 area. Energy stocks likely to benefit from a Trump administration. So obviously, you can look at that more broadly, and I think at the end of the day, both administrations are going to have to spend money no matter what. But really kind of focus on some of those stocks that you think may benefit from an election one way or the other coming into the next week. Might be a good exercise this week to kind of prepare for that. So you can find stocks that might be a good price to buy or hedge, or even kind of set aside, more or less like a hypothesis of, hey, here's what I think will benefit or not from each administration. Our job as traders, obviously, following price action, following trend, etc. But with this week in mind, it'll be without a doubt the most volatile week. I mean, I'm almost tempted to ask the crew. It's just way too many stocks reporting. But Amazon reports this week, Google reports this week, Microsoft reports this week, Apple reports this week, Meta reports this week. Which one is going to be the best performing stock? Would kind of be my question to the team. You guys feel free to add it to the chat. No wrong answers. I'd do a poll, but there's, I only have a spot for 4, but there's about 6 names I think that would likely benefit. So if you feel like sharing, please do so. So we got AMD, Alphabet, Microsoft, Meta, Amazon, Apple. So those are the kind of 6 names. Which one do you guys think is going to perform the best this week? I know we have Coinbase, we have Chipotle, we have Visa, we've got Chevron, we've got Exxon, we've got a ton of names, right? But curious to see what you guys think on those tech names, how they're going to perform this week. So my opinion this week would be Apple and Microsoft. If those two names, one of those two names, do not perform this week, 3 to 5% correction in the Qs and up to 10% on those stocks. Right now, market makers, I'm going to pull up Microsoft just to keep an eye on what they anticipate the move would be. Give me a second. Yeah, about a $20 move anticipated on Microsoft, so 5%. Kind of baked into the options chain at the moment. Let's see what Apple has. Apple about 3 to 4% baked in this week, which is pretty significant, right? I mean, when I see that level of premium in the options chain, Leighton, it's just kind of an estimate. So if you pull up, let's just say, you want to do it together. Do you have an options chain, Leighton? You do. Okay. Let's pull up Apple in your options chain. Take a look at what's in the money, or closest to the price, current price right now. So it'll be this week expiration November 1st, right? So you look at 232.5. You got your puts at 370, 380, right? And then you've got your call option at 495, 505. By the way, that's bid ask spread. So if you just take the two, add them together, it's about $8, $9, right? It's about 4% on Apple. And that's not a perfect science. It's just kind of, obviously you could look at Goldman Sachs and all these other guys they've got full-blown expected move charts, whatever. But when you look at market makers by design, premium is how they control those moves. So part of the reason even I'm looking at, this week especially, the puts on SPY and Qs and calls are relatively inexpensive compared to the stocks themselves. So, obviously if you're looking at the SPY, I would almost say eliminate the Mag 7 or even the Mag 10, right? The top 10 names in the tech sector. And do you think those other 490 names are going to perform, or do you think the 10 names are going to perform? So, and you can separate that by Qs and SPY on a week like this, right? Obviously, there's additional names in the Qs, there's additional names in the SPY, but they hold such a massive weight, right? Like those top 10 names in the Qs contribute to 50% of the overall weight. And if you're curious about who they are, you can look up. And I can share the link here. I've shared it before. Here, let me just post that. There's that. So top 10 holdings: Apple, NVIDIA, Microsoft, Broadcom, Meta, Amazon, Tesla, Costco, and Google. And the weight of those holdings in the Qs is 51%. So any one of those names could not perform, right, and have a significant impact on the Qs. We talk about the Qs quite a bit, but the fact that we're so heavily weighted for me is kind of a concern, only because it only takes one. Microsoft could not perform, Apple cannot perform, and Qs come barreling down, right? Not to mention the level of exuberance. Now, the opposite is also true. If one of them absolutely destroy their number, you can expect the Qs to break out to all-time highs. The last time we saw 503, and the reason why it dumped We had a bad CPI print. That was what, I think July. And then we had August 5th, carry trade, concern, we'll say, which is why I'm focused on Japan and other markets right now. I'll call it BRICS Plus. For those of you guys who are not familiar with BRICS, highly recommend at least being aware of it, being privy of it. You're going to start hearing it in the news, likely. I've been talking about BRICS now for, I don't know. You guys tell me. It's been a couple months at least. But the importance of currency exchange or forex markets, I think, is going to start rearing its head a bit, because I think we've been able to ignore it for a long time. That's why I think we see such a big push in names like Coin, right? Especially with the rise of BRICS Plus. It used to be just BRICS, but it's Plus now because they're adding additional countries into the BRICS platform, which really jeopardizes US dollar reserve currency status. Can you have multiple reserve currencies? Yes, in theory, but at one point, one's going to win, right? But, fundamentally, like, if you look at the unit from BRICS, it's based on the blockchain, backed by gold, 40%. The other 60% is, they're kind of working through it. The name of the BRICS, dollar equivalent or naming convention of its currency will be called a unit. Forget exactly what it stands for. It's like, I think, Universal New something trade, international trade, I think, something like that. Anyway, I would highly recommend. I actually had the write-up. I think I shared it with this community before. I can find it. Any of you guys look into that at all or no? I'm always kind of curious. And I say that because it's one thing to just, excuse me, look at price action and charts and, so on and so forth. But when you see BRICS, who take up more than 50% of global GDP, talking about creating their own currency, and they're transacting in oil, kind of violating OPEC rules, it's important. What does that mean for, markets more broadly? Question mark. Yeah, no, I have it somewhere, guys. I'd have to find it. I read it. I've got so much research stuff that it might take a while to find. It's gonna bother me now. I'm gonna want to find it. No, they already are, Leighton. Like what really makes a reserve currency is, and the standard that's been set, is that no matter what, every country has to convert their dollar or respective currency into US dollar before buying oil. That's no longer the case now. Right? like I forget who it was. I want to say it was maybe Seth, or I can't remember. It's been a while, but we were talking about what's kind of the next big thing that people are going to be concerned about. I've been keeping a real close eye on financial markets. Banks specifically, with rate cuts, etc. I think commercial real estate is a problem. So names like BX or even Blackstone, BLK, we've seen them climb higher, right? And I think it's this kind of optimism around additional rate cuts. And if we do see additional rate cuts, you will see those names move higher. Frankly, because we're talking like trillions of dollars of assets in real estate, that they'll be able to refinance, which I think is kind of inevitable. So maybe we don't see a rate cut more broadly for consumers, but definitely for repo transactions, which is interesting though, because we're seeing yields increase. So equity risk premium has to go up. So we're seeing a move into equities at the moment. But that's my concern, is that if yields continue to climb, people they can, have more levered, bonds in their portfolio. So yeah, maybe they don't get 20, 30% yields on markets. They're only going to get 17 or 18%, but they can do it kind of safely via bonds. So bond market's way bigger than equity markets. So keep an eye on what the bond market is doing. Because frankly, I always say, like, you can be a good trader in equities, but you can't afford to be a good trader in bonds. You have to be a great trader. So it's important. Like, I learned so much just watching bond markets. Some halftime, like, scratching me, like, why would they do that? And then you see equities reflect kind of their decision, and they're usually ahead of the game. They're a week or two, sometimes maybe even a month ahead of what markets do. So that's not always the case. And I say not always the case, meaning like time wise, but it would be remiss to ignore what they're up to. Currency, government, data thing. I think globally, again, I could be totally wrong. Who am I, right? But every country carries a big amount of debt. There's a few exceptions. You actually look at like Poland right now. Poland's doing fairly well from a financial standpoint as a country, but their GDP is not nearly as large as other nations in Europe or U.S. or elsewhere. So I think without a doubt, you're gonna have other countries, no matter what. Debt's kind of a unavoidable problem right now, and it's just a matter of how can you lever that debt, which is, frankly, for me, kind of a validation point for why markets are somewhat higher right now. If you debase your currency, therefore, your dollar's worth less. Well, you got to get it somewhere. Why not get it from markets? That's a whole nother topic, though. Again, this is all opinion. Cue the disclaimer, as they say, right? Equities are risky. Trade at your own risk. Leighton, are you pretty new here? Forgive me if you've been around for a while. Yeah, right on. Welcome. How long ago did you join us? Oh, cool. Welcome. Appreciate your interaction, your feedback. If you don't mind sharing, curious, Leighton, what made you join us? Did you join us from like YouTube or something like that? Right on. Very cool. Very cool. Yeah, we've got a heck of a trading room. We've got you know, new traders, like brand new traders. We've got like intermediate traders, and then we've got some rock star expert traders here as well in the room. So it's a great mix within this community, all spanning different levels of experience, even time trading. Um, so glad you're here. Welcome. Not seeing anything that really is getting me excited to take a trade just yet. Everything's just kind of slow. Yeah, it's keeping. I mean, don't get me wrong. I have my fair share of red days too, but you got to get paid. You know, um, there's oftentimes, I might, oh gosh, I missed out on that, but I don't really play that game. You know, I'm trying to get better at kind of letting my winners grow even more. But what I've been doing for this long, it works for me. There are times where I kind of miss a big move, and you know, I wake up the next day like, oh man, if I just would have, could have, should have held that. Like, no, then I just trade the next day. So, um, and the big thing is, like, again, losing positions. You guys saw. I mean, I took that position live with Google. I got out of the way. It was wrong. So it happens. Key is like, I remember when I first started trading in a position like Google, say for example, I might start adding into that losing trade as it's moving against me, and guess what? Now I'd be down. Probably, if I had 300 shares, it'd be down like $600. So instead of doing that, you just get out of the way. Just kind of building that discipline, almost like muscle memory. You know, um, you'll find that often I don't fight the tape. If I get an entry, I'm expecting a move, and if it moves in favor right then and there, great. I take advantage of it. I get paid on it. Um, and if it moves against, again, I'm not talking about like 10 cents moves against. You got to let the trade kind of play out a little bit, but you got to have stops in mind. You know, um, for me, kind of my goal now is to focus on my percentage annually that I kind of make in markets, and then compare it, frankly, to like my portfolio. If I know my portfolio is making, you know, 12 to 15% a year, am I trading in excess of that? If the answer is yes, then it makes sense to keep doing this, right? But that's kind of my goal now, even going into 2025. This year my goal was to make a ton of money. We've done okay, but not as great as I'd like to be honest. But beats having to clock in every day. And who knows? Sometimes that's a good thing, right? Being able to have a day job and do this on the side, do it for an hour or two a day, have a day job that makes sure your bills are paid. It's not a bad thing. Vincent, yeah, yeah. I mean, I think oil's a good hedge. Just in general. I don't know, like performance wise, CVX is my favorite. I think it's a very well run company. Chevron, Exxon, though, without a doubt, probably the longest standing. Used to be the top stock of like ever for a long time back in, I think, mostly the 90s. But it pays a great dividend, so it's hard to ignore Exxon. But the trouble with those types of names is I don't like to trade them as much as I like to own them. You know what I mean? Like CVX, I own. Exxon, I own. Could I own more? Yes. Um, but trading them, they're easier to trade because they don't move a ton. You know what I mean? Like they might move $1 in a day or a point. So great, like if you're just getting started, they're not the worst. In fact, actually, I think Exxon was one of the first stocks I started day trading because it moves 10, 15 cents. So if you're just getting started, trying to figure out patterns, trying to figure out stuff, it doesn't move like let's say a Tesla or an Nvidia or Meta even, right? Where you've got 20-cent spreads. I mean, it's got a 1-cent spread on it, 2-cent spread on it. So it's up to everyone's different, Leighton. That's where like you have to know what you're comfortable with. I almost say like I don't know if I use the analogy of like playing poker a little bit. Um, let's just say, for example, you're comfortable going to a table where buy-in's like $100, right? Meaning, hey, I could lose this $100 and I don't care. Let's just say, right? And then you go, you know what? I've done so well at these $100 tables. Now I'm going to go to the $1,000 buy-in table, and you lose in like 5 minutes, and you're like stressed out every hand, and you're worried. Well, that's the example of like risk tolerance and the difference of trading, right? Like if you're not comfortable sitting at that table, where if you do make a bet, or in this case, you take a trade, and it moves against you, let's just say 3%, but that 3% is $30,000 or whatever the number is, right? Because you're trading big numbers, and that makes you uncomfortable. Then either A, find a different stock, or B, control your size, because your goal as a new trader, or depending on your experience, is to find winning trades, and more importantly, find a practice that works for you. I talk about rule number 1 here. Everybody in this room knows that. It's just pay yourself first. You go to your job, you make sure you get paid, right? You don't go to work and pay them to work there. So paying yourself is great, because then you mitigate some of that risk of loss, right? But for me, losing trades, like, we use Google as an example. We took that trade with you guys, right? I was willing to give it $1. So point. I was looking for 2 points to the downside. So you can say like 2-to-1 risk ratio, whatever. If that's how you look at it. For me, I saw the breakdown, some bad news. It moved against me. I'm not going to fight it. So I got out of the way. And the way I look at it, that was $150. I don't care about that. We're up big on Tesla. We had a great trade on BA, great shorts on Nvidia and TSM this morning. Got a great long position in coin this morning. So again, even when coin moved against me, I got out of the position. As soon as I saw it break that VWAP, I think it was at 1, 2, 3, 4, the 5th time. I was expecting a bounce off the VWAP. It didn't happen. That was, what time was that at? I'll tell you right now. 9:49. Once you saw that break, was out. Tesla, I would be careful. It would have to go below the close, but my only concern with Tesla was, VWAP, number 1, we're there now. 2, we're coming into the close, right? Qs are holding the lows, SPY is holding the lows. We could easily bounce here and move higher, or we see a small sweep to get bears excited, and then bulls run you over. If you're looking at a short, be looking for names under the VWAP significantly, like an Nvidia, like a TSM, like a Google. The fact Tesla's barely below the VWAP and it's right above the close. I mean, to see it hit the close, maybe even go under it slightly and then just bounce higher, I wouldn't be surprised. We were paying ourselves on the way up on Tesla, and I'm really glad that it took. I've got basically a quarter size now. But we took most of our money already up in the 272 plus area. So I don't mind letting the remaining shares I have dance a bit. And if we move higher above the close, great. I can, like if we bounce off the close and move higher, maybe I add to the position, or maybe I just cut it off, you know? Don't know if anybody joined the yin trade, swing trade. Talked about that one a bit last week. Can't get too excited about it. It's only up about $1, but $1.50. That's again, I'm going to hold that. That'll be a swing trade. I'll probably hold that for, I don't know, maybe 2-3 weeks. We'll see. IWM, let's take a look, Mark. How you doing, Mark? You're kind of quiet today. Right on. Yeah, maybe right here off the VWAP. Just get this undercut under 222. Maybe wait for a little break below 221.87, maybe in that area, like 221.84. Wait for it to bounce there if it turns around. Then you get your 222, add. I wouldn't catch the falling knife though if it, starts to go below that, but I'd be watching that level, 221.85-ish. Decision time. Today low on the Qs, 495.94. Close around 495. What is that? 30-ish? Something like that. I have to zoom in. No, I think he might be back tomorrow. Amir might be back tomorrow. Maybe Wednesday. All right, Mark, let's see what your IWM is doing here. 221.85, we just got there. See if we get that bounce. If I see Tesla try a little bit here over the VWAP, I may add a small, like 10 or 20. Just that one's proven to be pretty strong today. Coin is super tempting to short. Problem is 30-cent spread, number one. Number two, every time it gets down to this 211 area, 210, it bounces. And it bounces pretty sharply. So I have an alert right now on Apple at 235 and 236. If we start getting up there this week, I may start nibbling for short positions. If you guys remember last week, I went 0 for 4 on Apple. Big time, like decent losses on Apple. I let it run a little too long. But 4 days out of 5 days, and the one day that actually went down was the one day I didn't trade it. So Apple had my number last week for sure. Yeah, things are kind of moving slow here, guys. Microsoft, a couple, 15 cents away from close. Mark, here comes your IWM trade. Hopefully that thing rips now. Talked about that level. Where did it get to? 221.78. So if you did want to get it in there at 221.85, like we were talking about, you'd want to see a push here. All right, just added a tiny bit to my Tesla trade. That one, I don't mind just letting it, do its thing. It's my big trade of the day. No news until 1 o'clock. Yeah, CMG reports this week, Mark. So I'll pull that up real quick. Let's take a quick look. Hmm. I don't love it right where it's at, to be honest. Probably 60, 65. You want to see it push higher. Here comes Tesla. If I see high of day or anywhere near it, 273 print on Tesla, I will take yet another half off of Tesla and leave the rest. Do whatever. The only thing I have on right now, we've got BA. We took off, 2/3 of the 160 call options. Got paid nicely on those. So we've got some of those call options left. The 50 shares I took, basically about a little under break even. Figured I got the options anyway. Let's let those do the work. We've got Tesla long, and then we still have some call options on the Qs. I'm just looking around. I don't really love the price action right now. Very slow. Yeah, I'm not sure what's going on with ARM today. I think it might have something to do with Apple. Be my guess. I don't know. Looking around, seeing if I can find anything. Maybe you guys know. But they were selected for doing some of the chips for Apple. Given that they're reporting this week, maybe people are trying to get in front of that, seeing if that's going to benefit them. Apple announced their iPad or not iPad, their iMac with the M4 chip. It's likely going to be ARM. helps with these like Apple Intelligence chips or whatever. That's just a guess. Don't quote me on that. Sure we could find some news on that. Yeah, MCD is going to have trouble with that 300. They report tomorrow. Let me see. Yeah, tomorrow morning before the open. So see what MCD ends up doing. We actually shorted that real nice on Friday. Just 'cause I got more news from like the CDC and FDA that it wasn't an isolated incident for the onion E. coli issue. It's across, I think, 20 states or 13 states, something like that. So, can they recover? Do they recover? I don't know. It's McDonald's. I don't think they're going to stop selling burgers. Who was it? Vincent talking about oil. Oxy's kind of in an interesting spot right now. In and around that $50 range. Warren Buffett owns a lot of Oxy, around $52 to $54. Again, operates more as like a hedge. Do conflicts in the Middle East continue to rise? Oil's going to likely be a benefactor of it. We saw the dump though over the fact that there were some strikes that purposely stayed away from oil and nuclear energy sites. But it's wild to see these types of moves, right? I mean, let's look at Oxy real quick. It was up at 52 and change, dropped to $50. Doesn't seem like much, $2, right? But that's a 4% move to the downside off of a headline. Pretty wild. I'm gonna look around, see if I see anything that I love. Otherwise, I'm gonna probably call it a day today, folks. NEE up big today. NextEra Energy. What's BST doing? Up nicely. CEG kind of up. CJJ or CCJ rather. Up nicely. SMR probably up. Yep. Wow, SMR really moving. You know what? I need to check on that. I know. I think I bought SMR at $8. Let me double check. I might have to buy more of that. Long-term portfolio, by the way. Let's see. Yeah, I bought them at $8.18 on SMR. Up 170%, 168%. It's not bad. Might have to add to that. Again, that's a portfolio position, not trade. Same thing with what do you call it? My friends at Palantir. I own a ton of that at like $9 or something like that, $10. When the heck did I buy that? Yep. I was talking to a friend of mine, and I'm like, sometimes I wonder. I've got my portfolio performs pretty well, but it's kind of nice. You set it, forget it. You never look at it. You go trading, kind of sometimes 50-50 on trade. But let's see. Today I joined the trading room. I'm really happy. Okay, cool. A trading room or this trading room? It's that. So today I joined the trading room. I'm happy like a family. Hope you're talking about this one. Fingers crossed. Leighton, Trump, get in the bomb nuclear reactors, and also oil the fund. Drill. Leighton, I hope not, man. Hope not. As in this profession, right, you kind of trade around what you see, what you hear, sector updates, kind of what's impacted, etc. But I'd be lying if I told you I didn't have a trading plan in place if something like that were to happen. But that's just never fun to have tragedies or catastrophes like that. So we were talking about coin earlier. That's what I meant, right? Like it makes it hey, we're gonna go lower, and then it turns right around $2. Boom. It's hard to bet against the bulls right now. I cannot add to a losing trade on the Qs. So my call options are slightly red. Good news is we got paid on some of them, right? Which is nice. Let's see what else we got on here. What is retail doing today? Oops. Don't love it. I don't know if you took IWM mark. The 221.85 would have been an amazing entry. We have 50 cents on that thing right now. Awesome. Good for you. Good call out too. Drill baby drill. I hope not. Today, right on. It's Zach. Welcome. Appreciate you joining. It helps us continue to do this. I don't think you guys fully understand just how much it helps, right? The likes on the YouTube channels, subscribing on the YouTube channel, like all that stuff helps us out. Like, look, we're making our money predominantly from trading, but we want to grow community. And in this community, right, like kind of share, frankly, like our passion for markets. Maybe you guys learn a thing or two along the way, and kind of share that similar interest. But we can't do it without you guys. I suppose we can. We can just trade, but we'd be trading in a quiet room like many folks choose to do. But what's nice about having a community is there's so many different ideas. Mark, for example, right? Posted the IWM trade. We talked about it. I looked at it. He looked at it. He had an entry at 222. I looked at it going, man, 221.85 would be great if you can get that entry, right? Assuming that we bounce there. Literally hit that bounce. If you took that trade, you'd be up 50 cents. I mean, that doesn't sound like about 60 cents. Doesn't sound like a ton of money, but it was a call out for Mark. Kind of validated, took a look at it together. That's the beauty of having a community, right? Different opinions, different thought processes, right? And if you're able to take advantage of a trade, I mean, gosh, I forget who it was. Someone was like, "Hey, I just paid for my entire year in one day of trading." So, you know, we actually have several members that just absolutely crush it. I think he's here. Lee, shout out to you. Lee absolutely destroyed it on a couple trades. Crowd, I think, in 1 week, probably was able to buy another investment property. So, again, results aren't guaranteed, right? You have to be diligent. You have to be smart. You got to do your research, right? And it's not always just following, hey, Scott said I should buy this, or DVG said I should buy this, or whatever, right? You got to make your own decision there. But hopefully it helps, right? Understanding areas to buy in, why, not just blindly, hey, let me click on this, or hey, I took a trade DVG posted and I lost money. Like that's not on me, it's on you, right? But I also, if I took a loss on a trade and you took a loss on a trade, trust me, it hurts. And sometimes you're wrong, sometimes you're right, but you got to have. Typically, for me, I like to find 5 or 6 reasons why I think a trade will work before it doesn't. I'll use Meta. Looking at Meta right now live, right under the 200 EMA. Every time it's hit it, it's literally gone lower every single time for like the last 20 minutes. If it gets above that, we're also running into 577, big level for Meta. I don't know why that number is so magical for that particular stock, but it is. But if we get above that and we push above the VWAP, mark my words, we're going to rip on that thing. I already took that trade, took a small loss on it. I'm watching it though. Maybe I get a second chance, or maybe I don't. So I'm going to keep an eye on it. And like I said, if we push above this 577, which is right over the VWAP, I've got a feeling this thing could rip to 580, 582, maybe. My kind of estimate. In fact, I might actually take that trade right now. Let's see what it does here at the VWAP. Small rejection. 577.20, guys. I'll put it out there. Small nibble. Meta. META. 567.20. By the way, it's above where it's at now on purpose because I want the price to come to me. We just got filled. So again, it's a smaller size, but now I'm expecting a rip. If I see a 578 print, I will add that position. I don't know if you guys are watching Meta right now. There's another live trade for you. Yeah, I know, Mark. That's twice in a day. I'm usually short Meta, right? It's my favorite. It's one of my favorite. That and Snowflake. Snowflake are probably Meta and Snowflake are probably my top 2 stocks I really enjoy shorting. Frankly, I enjoy the price action on those 2 stocks for whatever reason. And you know how I feel about Meta. Yeah, exactly, Mark. I just think, with Meta reporting this week, though, and the news of them potentially creating their own search engine to compete against Google, maybe we see some people get really excited about that as we move into earnings. People taking some profit today. Again, I took it long earlier today. Didn't really work out. Let's see if we get it this time. Again, I'd like to see a 582. That's kind of like my ideal target on Meta. We may not get it though, which is fine. Realistically, if I get a 580 print, I'm going to take a piece off of this thing. But 578 will add. I think Tesla's going to do it now. Let's see it break out over the high of day. Q's running right into resistance here at the VWAP and the 200. If we get above that, guys, I'm telling you, count on 500. Here comes Coinbase right at the VWAP. Apple getting close to that 235 mark. I was talking about maybe nibbling for short positions. If it blows past 235, I'll wait for 236. Why, I'm going to stand in front of a moving train, but you can get a big move on Apple. Might be good for, they report Thursday. Let me double check. It's Wednesday or Thursday. Yeah, Thursday after the close. Here comes Boeing. And Meta, let's go. I'm going to do an early ad here, guys. Right there. We just got in. Decent ad. I think we're going to blow past 578 now. Anybody take Meta with me? Anybody? Yes, no, maybe so. Let's see. If we get 580 print, I'll take half my position off. Small, cool, Vincent. I know. Who's that? Leighton. I don't know if you were following that Meta trade at all, but that's how we roll. Paul, you took it too? Okay, cool. Let's hope it works out, folks. Boeing launches a $19 billion share sale to stave off the downgrade. Hello, news. Maybe we get that 162 magic number on Boeing. Wouldn't that be awesome? All right, guys, let's get this push over. I want to see, we need 578.20 for it to start ripping on Meta. Trouble is I'm seeing the Qs limp along a little bit. What time is it? 12:26. Maybe we get a push here. Yeah, I remember about maybe it was a year ago. I can't remember exactly when it was. FedEx had made an announcement, and I heard it, got in a position, and it just launched, took off, and I was blown away. I think I made like 12 points or something, like 8 points in like 3 minutes. And you kind of you pray that every day is like that, but it isn't, unfortunately. You guys have noticed, I'll take a point here, 2 points there, 3 points there, right? If we get 10 points in an overall trade, let's just say you're trading 100 shares, that's $1,000 a day. You're grabbing points. Triple M, Mark, you like these names. I'm surprised you're not more in like the IGV stuff. Or even like, was it C, I think it is. Is it the consumer? No, it's communications. I'm drawing a blank right now on it. XLP and XLY. Consumer discretionary and the consumer staples. I do have them, yeah, Leighton, yeah. at some point, I think next year, maybe, fingers crossed, I may end up investing in a Bloomberg terminal, but it's not easy. So we'll see. Fingers crossed on that. That would be huge. I mean, I've got a ton of places I get news from though. If I had to compile all that data, I think someone had asked for it. I'm like, man, it's a lot of places. It was more so also for like research, you know. Like I geek out on this stuff. The next thing that I'm trying, and some people have been asking, like, I'm trying to work on how to create more content. So I've been learning a lot about video cameras and video editing and all this other stuff. But frankly, I mean, I don't know anything about what I'm learning. Kind of making some mistakes in the background. Some people are like, hey, just put it out and go from there. And I'm like, yeah, that's great in theory until the challenge with any time you're trying to do anything publicly, there's mean people in the world. Let's just say I'm okay with ignoring mean people, but it can be discouraging, especially if trying to get started with something new and pique some interest. That's kind of what I've been working on, especially like in my spare time, along with researching markets, because I geek out on this stuff all the time. Let's see. Mark, yeah. Heck yeah, man. Maybe, right? Maybe. Who was talking about CMG? Nice turnaround here, CMG. Well, guys, I'm going to keep an eye on Apple. We've got Meta. We've got Tesla. We've got some Qs and BA as well, Boeing. I'm not going to risk giving back a whole lot today. So just know, for those guys join the Meta trade, like I said, looking for 578.20. We get above that number, we should start to scoot. Trouble is right now the Q's looking like they're fading a little bit. Same with SPY. Now Tesla back to its close. Don't love that. NVIDIA, what's NVIDIA doing again? Let's see. Yeah, I'm just kind of hanging out at the 140 level. 140.77. If you guys remember that level on NVIDIA. Anybody remember what that was? Anybody? Yeah, it's true. I mean, part of it though is that it's hard. This industry's hard. I've never been a YOLO trader. You only live once. You just like go, hey, how much do I got? Throw it all into one position and just wait, see if it works out. Sometimes I wish I was though. I know a couple guys that did that with like Bitcoin or, gosh, even like during COVID. Some of like mRNA. Do you guys remember that stock? Actually, what the heck is mRNA doing today? Is that like $50? Yeah, $54. They were buying them. I think it was like, I don't know, $8 or something like that. That, and I think there's a couple for the vaccines, and they were buying it like super cheap. Maybe it was like $20, $18, like right when it was first coming out. And that thing went to like $500, $497, whatever, and they just held on forever. They bought like, I don't know, 2,000 shares, maybe 1,000 shares, and then just called me one day and said, hey, I just sold mRNA for $400 and I bought it for $20. And I'm like, you just made like $700,000? Wow. Like, kind of jealous, but not, you know what I mean? My goal, though, is to make money every day doing this. It's not always easy. All right. Uber. Nope. Not touching that. What else are you guys looking at right now, y'all? Citigroup crushing today. Wow. Huge move on Citi. What's Goldman doing? Goldman breaking out. Wow. Hello, banks. No, Meta, what are you doing? I don't like what the Qs are doing right now, y'all. Oxy, CVX, Exxon. What's SLB doing? Okay. Come on, Meta. Sure. Need to move on Meta right now. I'll give it 5 minutes. I don't see the move in favor. I'm going to get out of that position. And I'll probably be done for the day, y'all. Normally out of here around 11:30, maybe 12. But we've got a few positions on. I want to see how they perform and then just put them on autopilot for the day. So basically, no matter what, we make money. Tesla right back at the close right now. 2 cents away. Now red. Tesla's red on the day. Do we bounce? Do we bounce? Tell you one thing, we're hoping for it. The good news is we're still up on our trade in Tesla, but Q is starting to look a little bit like what we looked like on Friday, y'all. Towards the close, selling off. So be careful. Barely hanging on to this Meta position. I know 577 is a big level for Meta. Well, Meta, where's Mark at? Now you know why I like shorting this thing. I'm still in it though. We'll wait. Some news out that Meta and Reuters are forming a AI chatbot with news content. Reuters, Reuters, same thing. Okay. Don't like this move on BA now. This goes back to why we pay ourselves first, folks. Still waiting on Meta though. I'm going to give it $1 to the downside. So the flip side, if we hit 578.20 plus on Meta, I will add to my position. Just Qs and the SPY not looking great right now for long positions. Tesla, no. Ah. There's always tomorrow. Probably going to dump the rest of my BA position here in a minute. It's pretty gross. All right, I'm going to get rid of BA. We're going to keep Meta. We're going to keep Tesla. We're going to keep the Qs. Actually, I'm going to just trim half of that. We still have some call options there on the Qs. So small loss on the Qs. Meta will keep BA kind of, I would say almost a break even. We made decent money on the initial call. All right, getting rid of the BA position for the most part. I'll leave like maybe 2 contracts to see if we get there by Friday, expire Friday. Risk $300. That's fine. Come on, Meta. We need Meta and Tesla and the Qs to turn around. And with that, I'm going to keep an eye this week on oil stocks. I don't want to say obviously the Mag 7, but yes, they're all reporting this week. So we've got to keep an eye on them. But I'm also keeping an eye on like Goldman Sachs right now. Coin maybe. All right. I like that move on Meta. Finding some buyers up there. Let's see. Maybe. No. Amazon. What's Amazon doing? When did they report this week too? They report on Thursday after the close. Do we get to 200 again, guys, on Amazon? I mean, I think so. I don't know about you guys, but seems to be an Amazon box at my front door every other day. Shout out to my wifey for that. All right, y'all. I think that's going to do it for me. We're going to keep Tesla. We're going to keep the Qs. We're going to keep Meta. I'm going to step away, have some lunch, and I'll be back at the open. Appreciate each and every one of you. Leighton, thanks for joining the crew. Itzhak, I want to make sure I say it right. Itzhak, also welcome. I appreciate y'all being here. Can't do it without you guys. Really appreciate this community. And I will see each and every one of you at the open tomorrow. Cheers. God bless. You guys ready for Meta? Vincent? Paul? It's go time.
you.